a.m. at the latest. Gonna be a very good boy. Oh, nice, Dave. Nice. I used to kind of embrace not having a proper schedule. Like, just fuck it, I'll just do what I want. It's really not the best way to go, though. You know? It's just not very productive. It's kind of cool. You know, it's kind of fun. Just doing whatever, whenever, but... I don't know. I think, getting up during the day, doing shit during the day, and sleeping at night is probably the best way to go in the long run, for me. Anyway, I've decided after all these years. We're getting old? You're getting old. You're an old man. Me? I'm still a young boy. Actually, I have no idea. How old are you, Dave? Let's see. Level 43, Chapter 7. Argilla Pass. Let's load up. Oh, you're 33. You're 33 in 5 days. Yeah, because it was your birthday not so long ago. Yeah, I thought you were still like early 30s. Now, I've decided that I'm not going to be old until I'm 40. That's when I'm really old. Or, you know, that's when I'm officially old. 30s is just your 20s again, but hopefully with a bit more stability and common sense. That's what my plans are anyway for my 30s. To be fairly similar to my 20s, but with just a little bit more sense. And down, down. I intend to reinvent myself as Joel from The Last of Us at 40. I don't know if I want to be Joel at the age of 40. He seems a little bit serious. You know, I want to be a little bit more laid back. Oh, here's this monkey again, who we get no experience from. Apparently this guy is a reference to a similar creature in Dragon Quest, which gives you lots of experience. But this monkey here gives you absolutely no experience. But you do get a good experience. Yeah, isn't that what it says once you beat him? It says it was a good experience, but you don't actually get any experience, other than the experience of fighting him. Which in itself is some sort of different experience. 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 It was a good experience. Yeah, there, see? And that's all you get. I really like that Cactuar gif. Cactuars are cool, man. I've been kind of feeling a little bit of Final Fantasy VI these days. I might play FF6 after this. Actually, I'll probably play something else before I play FF6, but I think I'll play FF6 sometime in the near future. Really wouldn't mind playing that game again. It's been a long time. It's been over 10 years, I think, since I played it. And it's a classic. And I don't think I ever did all the side quests in FF6. You know, once the end of the world happens, and you have to go and get all your party members again. I don't think I got all my party members again. I don't think I ever did that. So that might be fun. That's one of the coolest things about FF6 as well, is like all of the character stuff, all of the optional character stuff, and the amount of characters. But I'll probably do some horror or something after this. Let's see. How did I like the mushroom trip? I really enjoyed it, Blade. Yeah, it was great. A lot of people were saying that apparently Toei had a much darker vision for that part of the game initially, but was asked to change it. And I think someone said that initially that his original vision for it actually kind of made him sick or something. It was supposed to be pretty bad, apparently. It was still pretty dark at times, but I guess the original idea was for it to be a lot darker. You encountered a tender, loving tree. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll kill this tender, loving tree. Just in case it's not tender and loving. You never know. The tender, loving tree used a vacuum attack. Okay. Decreases Ralph's offense and defense. Well, I'm gonna wait for this beat to kick back in normally. Ah, shit. Well, we got him. Let's go. Nice. Just like all the other trees. Thinking it could fool me into thinking it was tender and loving. But it just explodes in your face like all the others. Oh! Fuck. Fuck. Get out of here. The FF6 remake. What remake are you talking about? I know it was re-released on a few different systems with, like, slight changes and additions. I remember I did play it on PS1 back in the day. PS1 version that had, like, some extra FMVs. I can't remember if it had any FMVs during the game itself, but I remember the introductory FMV. And that was kind of cool. I think the SNES version is still probably better, though, overall. Doesn't have those loading times. X- with the 21 months, thank you. Ba-da-la-bam-ba-dum. Beautiful. So yeah, we're off to find another thingamajig. The what are they called? The things that we pull out of the ground. Why can't I think of the word? No, I never did check out the needles. That's it. I never did check out the Chrono Trigger cutscenes. I'll have to do that one of these days. Bow now. Bow now. I ordered 2 Mother 2 t-shirts. Earthbound Mother 2 t-shirts. One with like this crazy Gigas design. You know, just Gigas's twisted face, but it's like slightly different. And another one that's of Moonside. And it has a cool quote at the bottom of it where it says like, where yes is no and no is yes. I'll link it in Discord later on, Blad, yeah. Get out of here, Holding Eagle. Extra small? Yeah, extra small. They only had it in extra small, which is thankfully my size. Uh-oh. Another one of these things. Right, I guess we can just leave him there. He's just a waste of time, it seems. What is this? Mecha Mole. Damn, the poor moles. Battle, pretty easy battles here. Oh shit. A Slurm! Thank you for the host. Hey, what's up, Chain Snake? Button down. Oh, I see a map. Looks like this place is gonna be big. Cave map. Oh! Oh! Okay. Strap yourselves in, I guess. Take a look. This way first, I guess. Okay, I can just spam my way through these fights, which is nice. Oh shit. Oh god. Enemies or NPCs? Enemies, I think. Yeah. Cuddle Bomb. Go on, we'll throw a bit of ass at them. And some fire. Oh, really? Wow, okay. Oh no. But he's dead, so we're okay. No, but in reality, I'm medium. Magic pudding. I'm enjoying it, Slurm. Not as much as Mother 2, but I'm enjoying it. It's cool. Oh. Nice. One this time. Yeah, I'm certainly not Jack Shemsky. I'm pretty skinny. And I'm like 5'11". Last time I measured myself anyway, I was 5'11", which was a long time ago, so maybe I'm just 6 now. But I'd say I'm still the same. Oh! Get out of here. Ah, fuck. But it only really deals like 30 damage. Oh wait, but I think I miss out on the experience. What was that? Goddess something? Ah. Well. Do I have a beard? Sometimes. Yeah, pretty short beard. Just stubble, usually. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Slurm? Thanks again for the host. I don't think you lose the EXP, only if you KO before the end. I mean, if he explodes. I don't think I got any experience last time when he exploded. I know if I KO him before the end, I'll get the experience. I feel like that should be enough now. I'm not even going to try to get the beat on this one. I'll just frustrate myself. There we go. Beautiful. Oh shit. What's going on here? Hahaha, user. I'm balding. I'm not gonna have any hair soon enough. Oh shit, does he spin around? He wasn't in that pose a second ago. He kind of looks like one of those guys that was protecting the last needle. Negative Man. Okay. I'm a little bit scared. I'm not really sure what to make of this. Just go for a defense all, I guess. Just in case, who knows? Throw some big freeze on him. Sniff him out. Weak against crying. Good to know. Oh no! Oh shit. Well, we'll flash him, I guess. Keep hammering with the freeze. Oh no, he only deals one? Okay, now he's crying. I'm just gonna go all out with these attacks. Okay. Huh. 3 experience points. So I basically just wasted a load of PP there, it seems. With the music and the way the fight was presented, you know, I thought it was going to be a... That's usually boss music, you know? Weird. And we can fight him again if we want. That's so strange. What the hell? Huh. Okay. Right, I guess we'll go back and check the other direction. Something tells me we're gonna find more of those guys. Maybe something will happen once we beat all of them, or something like that. Wow. Ah, it doesn't matter, Bled. Just being stupid. Okay. Oh. Get out of here. Mash. Whoa, man. All that PP I wasted. Oh my god. Oh, it's this theme again. Right. Yeah. I guess this is being used as a more normal theme here. Hefty head. Oh. Okay, not bad. Dog, do you have arm hair? I do, yeah. Oh. Skip by it too quickly. There's one down. Hey, what's up, Scion? Good to see you. Welcome back. Level 45. These guys, oh my god. Not sure if I want to fight two at a time. Come on, give me a heal. Magic tart. Maggie's feeling feverish. Oh, we're here already. Okay. Hold up. Let me go back first. One thing I checked up here. Hey, another fire. Oh shit. Thick, tangled up vines block the entrance. I guess this is where we're headed next. To get this needle. The Magypsy will send us over here or something. We may be tiny, but we're still living beings. We eke out our lives as mole crickets. Business for us is booming now. We mole crickets have found the trick to commercial success. We sell all sorts of wonderful goods that we find lying on the... I mean, stock up on. Yeah, same dialogue. Okay, no weapons or anything. Alright. Let's save. Then talk to next Magypsy. That was great when we came in here during the mushroom trip and the music was all distorted. This guy. Oh, it's so good to see you again. You finally come. Dale, you always struck me as a bit of a crybaby, but you've grown so strong. Ralph, you came with him all this way. Good boy. Jake. Oh, you don't know any tricks? Let's see. This slightly plain-looking fellow. What was it again? Oh, yes. Clint. I knew your name. I was only teasing, dearie. It's a pleasure to meet you, Clint. I know very well that your fate lies in helping cute little Dale here. Maggie, I've watched you since you were very little. But this is the prettiest you've ever been now. You're absolutely fabulous. I know you might say cut that crap out, but it's the truth. By the by, what's in that jar you have there? It looks easy to drop and easy to roll. Handed over the jar of yummy pixel... I almost said pixels again. Why do I keep doing that? The jar of yummy pickles. Ooh, fabulous. My absolute favorite, yummy pickles. You brought them all the way here for me? Thank you. These pickles will be the last thing I eat before I vanish. I'm going to really enjoy them. You don't need to say anything, I understand. 5 needles have been pulled now. Aeolia, Doria, Lydia, Phrygia, and Mixolydia. They've all disappeared. Now that the time has come, and now it's my turn. That leaves only my needle. Oh, there's only 1 needle left? Oh, and the one missing needle. Choopy Choop Yoi. That's a mouthful. Now, adorable little Dale, go to Choopy Choop Yoi Temple. The temple is covered in vines in frozen time. Or it's covered in vines, frozen in time, rather. You can't get inside with them as they are. You'll need to sprinkle these waters of time on them. Okay. If you're tired, rest here a bit. Nice. You should probably hurry. The time is now. Go. Oh, nice. This theme again. I think we only heard this once during a flashback. That section of the game was really cool. Vlad, thank you. Yet again. Gifting the sub to Fatepi. Enjoy your free sub. Alright. Now's a good time. Take a little break. Just give me like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I'll be right back and we'll head into this temple. Be right back. Okay. Back. There'll probably be a boss at the end of this. Let me just look at my stuff here. We're pretty good on health items as well, I think. Got a king burger, got a steak. How much cash do I have on me? Not much. Hold on, I'll take out a few hundred as well. Okay. Hold on a second, user. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there, user. But I'll go with no, I guess. Okay, that'll do. User is fantastic at... oh my god! User is fantastic at drawing, by the way. Really, I didn't know. I'll be intrigued to see it then. Although I'll still be amazed if it looks anything like me. Where did this Mr. Saturn come from? Polished into shiny sparkle thing. No worries, I give back at you. What? Oh! The courage badge was none other than a Franklin badge. Farewell, farewell. Nice. Why is it wearing this thing over its head? It looks like Little Red Riding Hood. Is this what they wear when they go on long journeys across the land? When they leave Saturn Valley? In disguise. Fuck, I love the Mr. Saturns, man. They're the best. They are the best. Just the sheer silliness of them is just so hilarious. They're so silly. Silly little rascals. How can you not love them? So... oh! Here's my brother again. Well, who I think is my brother. Oh! Alright, user, I look forward to seeing it. Cheers. Okay, Pigmask Colonel and his cohorts. How do I want to go about this? Defense up, can't really hurt, it's always a good way to start. Fire. Sniff out the Colonel. Smells like a person, smells weak against ice. ESI shield. Oh, okay. Okay, so I think they mainly send out regular attacks. I have a regular counter. Yeah, it doesn't counter all, though. Oh! Nice. Yeah, I like that as well, Blad. The smell. Not sure. Maybe I should focus on the majors first. The Pigmask Major tried to strike Dale's joints. 3. That shield is pretty nice. Fuck. Oh shit. Oh, get wrecked. Okay. I'm not sure if regular healing works for this. Nice. Beautiful. Nah. Oh, it does fade. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Pretty fun fight. Uh-oh. Round 2. Oh! Oh, and the Franklin badge! Of course! Shit, I didn't even check who had it equipped. Maybe he doesn't even have to be equipped on Dale. They do a similar thing in Mother 2 in Earthbound with Mr. Carpainter. You have to have the Franklin badge to reflect the lightning from the Manny Manny statue before you can fight him. Oh! The masked man suddenly attacked. Oof. Okay. I had a feeling that last fight might have just been a warm-up. I'm glad that there's something more happening with this guy now. I feel like ever since his first encounter, it's been fairly obvious it's his brother. Maybe it's not his brother, obviously don't say anything. But I feel like they've been stretching it out quite a bit. You know, this plot point. The mystery surrounding his character has been stretched out, I mean. Okay. How to begin. Fence up, I guess. Wait, hold on. May as well. Sniff him out. But he didn't smell anything. That was the one interesting thing during our last session. When they said, you know, there's this whole myth regarding the needles and it depends on the person's heart who pulls them out. You know, if they're a good person, good things can happen as a result of pulling out the needles. If they're an evil person, the world could be destroyed. And you kind of assume that I'm the good guy and this guy is the evil guy. But one of the Magypsies, I think, said when we pulled out the last one that they didn't really get any sense of good or evil from this guy. And if it is my brother, he obviously has to be, you know, he's surely being used as a tool by a higher power. You would think. Because we saw the invasion happen while my brother was still just a good boy. So it seems like they took him and they turned him into some kind of cyborg. Okay. Oh, that Franklin badge. Nice. Okay. PSI shield, I think, would be not a bad idea. Oh, man. Oh, weird. Okay. I'll put all the shields up. Ooh, so Maggie is the slowest now. Hey, Electric Bob, thank you for the 23 months. Sorry if I'm missing any comments or anything. I'm kind of, concentrating. Ah, you asshole. Oh, shield killer. He got rid of... Oh, he got rid of everyone's shield. Oh, man. Hey, what's up, JMP? Oh, no. Maggie took mortal damage. Wait, what? Oh! Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Oh, man. Oh, Ralph! Oh, Jesus, okay. Oh, he is the dirt as well. Oh, and now he's screwed. Okay. Gale was revived. Oh, the memento. Fuck. Okay. I keep wasting those mementos. But whatever, they're crutch items anyway, so I guess I shouldn't worry that much. Hey, what's up, Billy? Jiggly girls, what's up? Oh. Got a full heal? Probably not. Ooh, is it a full heal? I think it might be a full heal. Hey, JMP, thank you for gifting a sub to Jiggle Girls. Enjoy your free sub. Damn, okay, that heal is pretty damn good. Wow. Dale, please. Nice. Correct. Oh. Ah! Oh, Clint took mortal damage. Fuck, he's dead. Oh, if I skipped his turn there and just went straight to Ralph and healed Clint, I would have been okay, I think. This fight is pretty tough, yeah. A lot of tough boss fights in this. Ah, shit. Children love to chase this dragonfly with the beautiful sky blue underside. I'm tempted to use that. Something tells me. You know. Maybe it has something to do with... Maybe it's related to our childhood or something. Probably a waste, but I'm just gonna see what happens. The silver dragonfly soared off into the sky. It was a dignified sight. Huh. This man can't move, nice. Oh, we got some nice hits in there. Oh, I have the cure all as well. Oh wait, no, I don't. Ah, you piece of shit! Heal him! Oh, I don't think he even took mortal damage there anyway, never mind. Okay, let me just chill. Man, it's coming right down to the wire again. Almost out of health items. I feel like this has happened so many times in this game. And usually I win. Right before I'm about to die. Ah. Oh, that's a 286. Oh. Ah. What a waste of a heal. Man, this will be a miracle. Hard to know if I should even waste my health items on other characters apart from Dale. And resurrection items. Might be a waste bringing Maggie back to life because she can't really do anything now. on, die. Oh! Oh, Jesus Christ, again. Three characters alive, I'll take it. These vines are frozen in time. Sprinkle your waters of time on them? Yes, please. Oh, time started flowing again for the vines. Dale, let's go inside. Yeah, I guess so, Bob. Not sure what we'd use. No need to turn back. Okay, let's save. It was our Magypsy ancestors who sealed away the Dark Dragon. Magypsies have guarded the Seven Needles for many generations since. But the needles will be pulled when the time comes, and that time is now. The heart of the person who pulls the needles will be passed on to the Dark Dragon. Then something big will happen. Something big enough to recreate the entire world. Dale, I want you to be the one who awakens the Dark Dragon. To accomplish this, you can't lose or give in, no matter what. Flint, Ralph, and Princess Maggie. Without heartfelt help from you, his friends, he cannot accomplish this task. Princess Maggie, the PSI is so dangerous that I never intended to teach it to you. But I'm going to teach it to you right here, right now. Master this dangerous PSI technique so that you can help Dale. Are you prepared? Is it going to be Starstorm? It tells me it might be Starstorm. Yep. Had a feeling. Yeah, I like how he just knocked her over. He'll show the power of it. Wait, what did that say? What are you gonna do, you big dummy? What are you doing, you big dummy? Thanks for the pickles earlier. The dog drool was a bit disconcerting, though. That masked man, was he? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Clint. I'm gonna help you from here on out, no matter what happens. I made up my mind just now. See you later, Slurm. Oh, Dirt Omega. As I start to disappear, my heart senses an intense disturbance. Lochria, the final missing Magypsy, is rapidly nearing the 7th needle. That's what I'm sensing. It's coming from that direction, from a lively, filthy place. Oh, just when I'm about to tell where it is. Ah. Probably New Pork City? I'm sorry, I'm disappearing now. Before I go, here are final mementos of me, a razor and lipstick. Remember me sometimes, okay? Okay. It's too bad I didn't get to see how everything turns out, but... Dale, Honey, Little Ralph, adorable Clint, and Princess Maggie. Whatever happens, make sure you get to see what the final fate of the world is. Oh, Lochria is nearing the 7th needle. It has to be New Pork City. Lively, filthy place. Hey, what's up, Quasimodo? Nice. Next chapter. That was an extremely long chapter. Chapter 8. Oh, we taking a limo? Master Dale, yes? Our great leader, a new king of the entire world, Master Porky. Oh my god. I was wondering if it was him. Cordially invites you to the greatest city in the world, New Pork City. Oh my god. Porky is Pokey from the previous game. Of course it's him, with the pig theme. I will take you there in this stretch limousine, so please step inside. I wonder if it's gonna be Fourside? Because I feel like Fourside was modeled after New York. You know, it was the New York of Earthbound. The big city with the skyscrapers and just the vibe. Of course I have to walk all the way around. This is interesting. are we flying? We're flying. Have I played Golden Sun? I don't think so. Have you finished this game before, Billy? I remember you telling me you played it. I'm pretty sure you finished this, haven't you? What do you think? It's much more spacious than it appears on the outside, wouldn't you agree? We'll arrive at New Pork City shortly, so please relax and enjoy yourselves for a while. Oh, we got a pool table. Some kind of thingamajig. A happy box. Electric Bob, thank you for gifting a sub to Stiz. Funnily enough, when we first started seeing the pig guys, the pig masks and all of that, I didn't really think of Pokey that much. Or Porky. Later on, I started to wonder, you know, maybe he's behind all of this. But at the start of the game, not really. I was just getting the vibe that it was going to be its own standalone story without much of a connection to the previous games. What did I call a happy box? This thing over here. Grown-up drinks are lined up here. It's spicy, bitter, yucky poison, so kids can't drink it. Oh wait, grown-ups can't drink it either. Damn. Yes, there it is. Say hello to New Pork City. Oh? I didn't get to take a look around. Is that him a gypsy? Kinda looks like him a gypsy. All things. All things come to an end. Well, we've finally arrived. Please watch your step as you exit the car. You haven't forgotten anything, have you? Seeing as this is your first time here, I'll give you this map of the city so you don't get lost. Well then, Master Dale. I'm sure I'll see you again soon. Oh, I missed the last line there. Ah. A statue of him up there, huh? I know, man. I know all about you. You're here to destroy Newport City, aren't you? No, I haven't, Kit. Or maybe I have, but I can't really remember anything if I did. I haven't played much Smash. You're free in this city. Master Porky has given you your freedom. That his brother? Kinda looks like him. Arcade 1-Up. Please, by all means, hang out inside. Everyone else came to the city, so I couldn't just stay back there all alone. I figured there'd be something here for me if I came. But now I don't know. I'm not really sure. Do you feel the same way, Dale? Oh wait, no, he's just another guy from my home place, I think. Oh, Dale, did you follow me here for some of my slightly unclean and not very tasty cookies? Because I don't make those anymore. Have you forgotten? Butch. Oh, hey there, Dale. I was just talking about old times with Isaac. He's an important guy nowadays, you know? I don't know if everyone is gathering here in the city or if they're being gathered instead. But if you're here, Dale, that means everyone really is here now. If you're here, that means everyone must be here now. Oh my god. Dale, you're the dear and charming guest that Master Pokey is looking for? Oh, it's me, Isaac. I'm a big shot now. But Dale, I didn't know you were anyone special. If you do anything to defy Master Porky, then you and me will be enemies. I guess that's a balloon in his image as well. Not the Porky. Welcome. I know you're from the sticks, but you should buy some of the sophisticated goods that Newport has to offer. Hot dog sushi. A hot dog and sushi chimera. Of course. According to my research, stink bugs appear to possess a terrific capacity for memorization. I'd love to study them to find out even more, but they're just so stinky. Apparently there's some kind of stinky, smelly bug in the theater. Maybe I should just blow this popsicle stand. Oh, Dale, are you looking for something? Whenever you're not really sure what to do, the theater is the best place to go. Yep. Oh, you're here too, Dale? I guess everyone from Tasmilly is here now. Everyone. Oh, welcome. Can I help you find something? Down, fake, bat. Oh! Oh! Mother 2 weapons and items. Interesting how the frying pan is worse than what I have. I guess because they're fake. Pork chips. Okay, hold up. There's no admission at this theater. We're showing a wonderful adventure movie personally selected by Master Porky himself. But apparently a stink bug has snuck up inside and stunk up the place. I hate having to kill those things. Yuck. Dog, remember all the Mother 2 stuff in Thunder Tower? No. I don't remember anyone mentioning him directly either. Oh wait, no, I think I remember some reference, but it wasn't like... It didn't seem clear to me. I think that might have been when I commented on it as well. Porky's possible role, but I can't really remember. Why, what stuff from Mother 2 was in Thunder Tower? Oh, like the teddy? Yeah, I remember the teddy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, all the stuff in that room. Right, yeah. Yeah. And the yo-yo that we took from the glass case. Yeah. At that time, I kind of figured that that place belonged to my brother. Because I thought my brother was in charge there. Assuming that that masked guy, mysterious masked guy, is my brother. Because I thought they were talking about him being in charge of that, not Porky. Hey, nice. Maybe Porky is just a puppet? Well, it was kind of interesting in the previous game. Even though Gigas was a being of much greater power, he wasn't really characterized as... you know, it didn't really feel like he was using Porky. Porky was still doing his own thing and even making fun of Gigas during the final boss fight. So it seems like he really is doing his own thing, but might be different in this game, who knows. Stink bugs stink up the place wherever they go. You know, like these seats, some of them smell bad. Rumor has it whenever you guys do something, earthquakes and tremors and stuff happen. What in the world do you guys do? Your guy's leader is locked up in an apartment building underground. Huh? You don't know nothing about no leader? But your leader wants to see you. Here I am, putting myself at risk to tell you this, and you honestly don't know the guy. I see, so you really don't know about him. I don't know, maybe you're supposed to meet him without knowing who he is or something. He definitely wants to meet you guys, though. Oh shit, look, flashbacks from the previous game. Damn, this is pretty weird. There's Master Belch. Hold on, I want to read that dialogue again. Being held in the empty apartments, but you gotta go through the sewers to get there. He's being held there. No way. Now a breeding ground for violent attack roaches, stink bugs, rats, and whatever. You could probably find your way there by following a stink bug or something. Only problem is they smell really, really nasty. I'm talking major stinkage here. That's a line from the previous game. I'm almost sure that's a line from the previous game. Or it's a line from earlier on in this game. But I'm pretty sure that line is from Mother 2. Probably around the area where you fight Master Belch. The Fuzzy Pickles photograph. Wow, that hole in the speaker leads directly into the sewer system. Absolutely unbelievable. So that's why this theater stinks to high heaven. It even looks like stink bugs use it to come and go as they please. Interesting. Almost as if it were set up for us to go through there. Damn, so I'm really curious now if we're going to meet Ness and so strange. Okay. Very cool. My granddaughter is always by my side. I'm so thankful. I love her more than my daughter. Grandma didn't really want to leave Tasmilly, but everyone else left to come here, so... I want to take another look around first. Walk, stop, sleep, shout. You're free to do it all. Welcome. I heard from Master Porky that you would be coming here. He says you're quite strong, in one way or another. You can go anywhere you want aside from the 100th floor of the Empire Porky building. In fact, go have a look around at everything. They say the DCMC are going to have a concert in this city. I guess that way the city might not be half bad at all. Boy, New Pork City doesn't make any sense. I can't tell if it's kitty-like, creepy, disgusting, flashy, or what. Yeah, that's quite true. Very strange. Mesh. Oh, this array of artisticness I see before me. The lioness gushing forth from it. The maskedness dripping from it. And the nose hairness. The archaicness. It's so magnificent, it's positively frightening. Apparently all of the waitresses in the restaurant over there are robots built to look like the mother of some really important person. Oh god. My mother? My dead mother? This is the big city life. Or is it? It somehow doesn't seem like it. Oh, you're always such a kid at heart. Hey Paul, it says there's an amusement park this way. Let's go have a look. Damn, this is sick. Oh hey there, Dale. I was just talking business with this tiny fellow here. I'm not really sure what I should do, though. Another mole cricket? Wait, what? I feel like the time is finally ripe for us mole crickets to try our luck in the big city, you see. Are you an acquaintance of Jackie's by any chance? Could you ask him if he'd be willing to partner with us mole crickets to strike it rich? What if I say no? Oh, that look says you're lying. Mole crickets like me who have lived at the forefront of the business world can easily see through such lies. Hey, what's up, waifu? Christ. Oh my god. It looks like Porky's mother. This town's filling up with more and more people, but this shop's still as empty as ever. Broken, broken, I'm so broken. Aye! I think it's a dung beetle. That's a reference to when she swats the bee at the beginning of Mother 2. She lets out a similar scream and then swats it. There's nothing wrong with being picky. Hey, what's up, Listopat? This is sick. This is really cool. This is really adding to the previous game as well. I know I don't look like it, but I'm a robot. Honestly now. This shop's filled to the brim with pretty girls. Today's menu: beef stew bowl, beef stew curry, beef stew fried rice, beef stew egg soup, beef stew soup, meh salad with beef stew topping, beef stew lunch, beef stew combo, beef stew set, jumbo beef stew parfait, beef stew juice, beef stew special. Fill yourself up with your favorite food and nothing else. That's this restaurant's rule. You people don't fit in with this shop. Rich kid stew. A delicious stew with no bitter vegetables. Pasta with a past. A pasta of unspeakable circumstance. Cool game. Definitely not a bad game. Parfait chock full of sweets. Jesus, that's an expensive burger. Christ. All this shit is a little expensive. This is a restroom. That door you're knocking on leads to a restroom. What business do you have in a restroom? Man. A cleaning supply closet. Porky, you absolute psycho. How did he rise to power? His family was piss poor. Hey, what's up, Zephyr? What's going on? Ba-da-dum-bum. Oh, damn. I sell dangerous things. You want? What are you selling? Pencil rockets, bombs. New Year's Eve bomb. Reduces all enemies' HP to 1. Don't rely on it though. It could be a dud. You buy good things. You have a good eye. I didn't buy anything, man. Man, this is sick. Couple of happy boxes. The smartest, bravest, and toughest chubster of all time. He even refers to himself as a chubster. All right, I can kind of respect that. He has some self-awareness, you know. What a strange antagonist, man. Here stands a statue of our great leader, Master Porky. Even in the previous game, like there's like a childishness to it, but it's also well done at the same time, the way they build up his character and how they show his family and everything. And just the bizarre way it's all done, combined with Gigas in the end. Weird just how they mesh different tones together, I guess. Like it can appear sort of childish and juvenile, but not really. On the surface, I guess. Apparently, the statue of Master Porky isn't just something to look at and marvel. More specifically, it's supposedly the divine protector of this city. I also hear some moron somewhere picked a fight with it and wound up in a world of hurt. What's he holding in his hand there? Oh, I guess he's supposed to be the Statue of Liberty, right? I didn't even fucking realize that. Is it supposed to be a slingshot? Looks like a slingshot? But, yeah. Everyone's here nowadays, so this is where you can see all your old friends again. But do you suppose the forest in Tasmilly and all those other places are empty now? I wonder what's gonna happen to them. Do I look like a hermit crab? Oh, Dale, we're just practicing our comedy routine. Bam, ba-da-dum-bum. If I were to, say, compare my life to a story, I'd say we're at the start of the 15th chapter out of 16 total. I'm getting that feeling myself. I'll go with Abbott wherever he goes. Even if the world was a 4-chapter story, I'd spend all 4 of those chapters with him. Oh, well, isn't that nice? Even after all these changes. Master Stick. No, no. I can't afford any of this shit, though. The run is going good, Zephyr. Great game. Let's save. You think you'll ever play Mother 1 or Earthbound Beginnings? Definitely, yeah. Bum-ba-da-dum-bum. Hey, I didn't even fucking realize it's these guys. I'm Big Brother Pancho. I'm Kid Brother Pincho. I'm their friend, Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, I remember now. I'm a broken slot machine. But the Sanchez brothers and their friend are a very cheerful trio. They'll make you happy. Insert 1 DP? Okay. We go again. A broken slot machine. I love it. Oh, fuck. One more. One more for the road. I mean, it only costs 1 DP. We may as well go a few more times. Let's go! No! Oh shit. I think it was gonna stop. Okay, one more. One more. Maybe 2 more. Okay, one more. Shenmue PTSD. I can't wait till Shenmue 3. We're gonna have a lot of fun playing that game. Okay, last one. Oh! Oh! We almost got all green. Okay, we can't give up when we're so close to victory. One more time. Ah, we got bad luck there. We got some nice symmetry going on there, though. 7 on one side, 7 on the other side. Nice little egg in the middle. You know, that's a nice looking picture, so that might be good luck. Yes, 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 yes! Oh, so close! Oh, one more turn. We're getting close. We're getting really close now. Man, Thomas Jefferson is not pulling his weight here at all. Oh! Oh! Ah! Now you pull out the 7. Good job, Thomas. Let's go, let's go. Green, 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 green. Alright, one more, one more. Seven, 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 seven. Nope. One more. One more. Seven, 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 seven. Ho, ho, ho! Oh, fuck you, Thomas Jefferson! Come on, man! How many times has this happened? Where we've had 2 7s and then Thomas pulls a green out of his ass. Or a blue out of his ass. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7! No! Thomas, you piece of shit! Green, 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 green. It's always Thomas's fault in the end. Yellow, 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 yellow. Nope. Look at how slow Thomas is, as well. I'm pretty sure he's way slower than the other two. Yeah, look! He's going at like half the speed. Okay, one more. I mean, it is a broken slot machine, so I guess Thomas Jefferson is the broken one. I mean, they do tell us straight up that it's broken, so it's probably not possible to win, and it's Thomas Jefferson's fault. The pigs. Oh man. Can you fix it? I don't know. Don't spoil it if you can. Everyone convinced me to come to the city, but I feel more dizzy than anything, really. Oh, you're here too, Dale. I'd love to meet Master Porky someday. He's the person who built this city. This city has a real kiddie vibe to it. I hear you say rude stuff about me, like that I'm a drunk and that I'm a booze hound. What are you talking about? I'm just a middle-aged guy with hiccups. I haven't gone on a date with Matt in such a long time. This really brings back memories. This is the Empire Porky Building, headquarters for the Porky Corporation. So you're the ones who... No, it's nothing at all. Never mind me. This is the Empire Porky Building headquarters. Don't you dare touch it with your filthy, sticky fingers, if you'd be so kind. Okay. Ba-da-da-bam. This theme, I kind of remember it vaguely, maybe? Regular items, okay. Oh, even you wound up coming here. Please don't cause us any more trouble. So you finally came to, Dale. Is Jack still out looking for his missing son? If only he'd come to meet me. If only he'd come to me for serious help, we might have been able to find him. He's an awkward fellow, that father of yours. Hey, what's up, Klashnikor? This is the Empire Porky Building, home of the great Master Porky. The Golden Pigs. Has anyone ever seen Master Porky before? How old do you think he is? It must be amazing to build a city like this. The statue of Master Porky looks a lot like a kid, don't you think? What do you think's up with that? Maybe he's a kid. Ever think of that? Yeah, Klashnikor, have you played this game before? Isn't this game like 7 years later? I don't think it specifies how many years later it is. Old man again. Oh, nice, Klashnikor. Service repairs in progress, okay. Alright, back down then, and I guess we'll have to head into these sewers. I wish I had a bit more cash. Bam, ba-da-dum, bam, ba-dum. Down here, okay. Oh, I don't think I went in here. Bam, ba-da-dum, bam, 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 ba-da-dum, bam. I'm trying to think if I remember that theme from the previous game as well. I don't think so. Oh shit! In one sense, you feel completely satisfied. I'm totally owning at this game right now, so don't talk to me. Gosh. And don't you dare try to ram into me. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll try and ram into you then. Ah! I told you not to ram into me! Sheesh! Ah! Now I gotta start all over again. Man, this area stinks. No, it's not me, it's this area. There's a crane game here. It looks like it's playable, but it's not. Baked yam game. I like how it's not like everyone here is amazed by the place or they're brainwashed into thinking that this place is somehow great. You know, a lot of people are just kind of indifferent about it. Some people are complaining. Some people are confused. But I guess they're all here because they think they're supposed to be here in some sense. So I guess they are kind of brainwashed. Hey, what's up, Pinkaroo? How strange. What's up, Pimp Mind? Right, let's take a look over here. The hole in this speaker seems to lead into the sewers. Go through it? It would be a bit difficult for people to fit through this. Really? This area stinks. Oh! Ah. You want to go into the sewers, don't you? What weirdos. Anyways, you can't get in through there. Where was it again? I seem to recall there being an entrance somewhere, but it was someplace stupid. And that there was a ladder going down, and that I used to work part-time there a long time ago. I can't remember. I think I might know. Hey, you. The only ones allowed to run inside the theater are the stars on the screen. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, back up here. Please don't backseat, Itrin. Not looking for any help or advice. Hey, what's up, Tina? Playing on an emulator, yeah. Hey, Tina. Okay. I've been hearing a dog whimpering for a while. I think it's somewhere right below us. I can't go check it out, though. The reason being that I'm afraid of dogs. Seriously, their noses are wet, they wag their tails, they lick people's faces. I totally can't handle that. So could you go look for the dog instead? Really? You must like dogs then. So you'll go look for me? Okay, I'll open this heavy cover. It's gonna be underneath the machine, I guess. I'm putting myself at major risk, though. Okay, I'll open the sewer entrance for you. Here goes nothing. Right. That's Ralph barking. He must be nearby. Oh, this has a real, Earthbound vibe about it. Reminds me of that one sewer section where you had the trash chasing after you as enemies. The sewer in Forside that leads up to one of the Guardian fights. Metal attack roach. So I wanted to see what all the meme hate was all about regarding the Cats trailer. And now you're considering terrorism? I don't even know what you're talking about. I haven't even heard about it. What is it? Wait, what did I just do? Oh! Alright, it was turned around. I didn't even realize. Get out of here. Oh man, even this enemy is from Mother 2. I'm pretty sure the putrid moldy man. Unless I'm remembering it from this game, but I don't think I am. Yeah, the Lion King film seems to be very strange with what they were going for. Like going for this ultra photorealistic style, but then keeping the very cartoonish nature of the film intact, like trying to do it pretty much one for one, scene for scene, with the singing and just the, I don't know, the exuberance of those characters. It just seems to be really missing the point. Then again, I haven't seen The Lion King, but from the clips that I have seen and from what I've heard, it just seems to be very strange. I heard good things about Detective Pikachu. I heard that was supposed to be pretty good. If you're into that thing, if you're into Pokemon. You can confirm it's so bizarre. One moment it's a realistic looking nature documentary, the next they're singing and dancing, so stylistically incoherent. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And what's that song that plays when Simba and herself are getting it on? Can You Feel the Love Tonight? Isn't that what it's called? And in the remake, it's actually during the day, but the same song plays. Come on, man. It even says it in the lyrics. It's supposed to be nighttime. But yeah, weird when the original film has all these cartoonish expressions and you then create those scenes one for one, shot for shot, but you just have these realistic looking animals that don't have cartoonish expressions and it's just this weird, uncanny thing. Very strange. Especially considering how impressive the visuals seem to be as well. You know, obviously, a lot of money went into it and a lot of talented people worked on it. So, I don't know. I don't think so, Tina. That's the first time I've heard anyone say something like that. From what I understand, it's because of marketing, really, that so much money goes into marketing these days. But if you have an old, well-known IP, you don't really need to run the risk of losing so much money. I know, like, a lot of people go on that Hollywood is out of ideas, or Hollywood has run out of ideas. I really think that's bullshit. From what I've heard anyway, and from what I understand, it's not that they're out of ideas. It's just that remakes and sequels are just easier for making money, easier to market. You know, they have the statistics. They know people are going to show up based on the name, based on the brand recognition. So it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. They have the forecast there that they're still going to make quite a bit. I remember watching some interviews with directors talking about it. I just can't remember exactly what their reasoning was, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they said something along those lines. It's not that they're out of ideas or anything, it's just marketing. Hey, what's up, Linda? Where are we going? Ah, right, I forgot I could cross there. This narrow dark hole appears to lead into the movie theater. Try going through it. No, not yet. Oh, nice. Another saltwater gun. Nice. Hot spring in the sewer. Yeah, I didn't even really stop to think how strange that was. It would be a bit difficult for people to fit through this. Alright. Ah, down the other side, of course. Hey, welcome back, Dave. Wait. Let's just run away through these guys. Another mole man. May as well. Oh man. This theme. I feel like I remember this from the previous game. Or this game. It might be just a variation. The door won't open and there's no one inside. Oh, look who it is! Pulling this rope would probably be extremely dangerous. Hey! Oh, the poor guy. I didn't see the ball and chain stuck to his feet there. I thought he just had some weird spring legs. Hey, here he is. I chased after a strange smelling bug and somehow wound up here. Silent Hill 2 apartments. Close enough. But never mind that. Look what's in this next room. There's the bug. I feel like some weird shit is gonna happen with this giant. Yes, it's me, Letter, the bell ringer. It must be a real shock to hear me speaking for once. It wasn't that I couldn't talk all this time, I simply chose not to. As I rang that crossroad bell, deep inside my heart, I had decided I would speak to no one. But the secrets I've been guarding are now starting to leak out. Oh, this track. Dale. The time has come to tell you everything. What I'm about to tell you, you might not want to know. Even so, you absolutely must hear it. I knew this guy was going to play a big role. It will be a long story, but please listen to it all. Yes. Given who you are and how you've lived, what I have to say will tear at your hearts. And there is just so much to tell. So I've decided to have the stink bug trembling behind me memorize everything I say. I like that he's trembling behind him. Ready, Mr. Stinkbug? Long ago, there existed a world. A world different from what the people on these islands think of. This world was incredibly big. More people lived on this world than there are grains of sand on these nowhere islands. I'm thinking maybe the world of Mother 2. I know it may be hard to imagine, but such a world once existed. Understand? Yes. At some point, the world wound up destroyed. Naturally, it was humans who destroyed it. In the back of their minds, everyone had an inkling that it would happen at some point. And then it really did happen. And so, the world is no more. Everything so far has been about the end of the world. Did you understand all of it? Yes. Just before the end of the world, a white ship came to these islands. On it were all the people of Tasmili village. Yes, aboard the white ship were those few who had managed to escape the world. The people on the ship still went by their names from the previous world. The white ship plan had been set in place before the world was destroyed, and although they're part of the world, these Nowhere Islands are a special place. They were the one place that would remain even if the world was lost. The one and only place where people could survive. And so the white ship arrived at these islands. Everything so far has been about the white ship. Do you understand all of it? I'd like to read that again, actually. Okay. Have you committed everything so far to memory, Mr. Stinkbug? The reason these islands are special is because they harbor a giant dragon nearly as large as the islands themselves. Long, long ago, people lived together with the dragon. However, at some point in time, the people and the dragon could no longer coexist. So using the 7 needles, the dragon was placed into a long, long sleep by the ancestors of the Magypsy people, who have lived here since ancient times. Ever since, the Magypsies have guarded the needles, in an effort to prevent the dragon from being woken until its power is truly needed. Thus, until the time of its awakening, the dragon continued to sleep, as the power of the earth itself. And so, because of the tremendous energy of the dragon hidden deep below, these islands were protected from the end of the world. Everything so far has been about the dragon and the Magypsies. Those who came here aboard the white ship feared another end of the world more than anything else. They felt that the world's destruction was a direct result of the way they had lived. The people of the white ship discussed things at great length. They shared their wisdom and spoke with grave seriousness. They arrived at their conclusion. They decided to completely erase everyone's memories of the previous world and start their lives over with new rules and new roles. Yes, in short, everyone would play out the ideal story that they had come up with. That is what happened. The people would restart their lives in a simple, peaceful village, in the kind of place they wished they had grown up in. They would erase their memory of everything, the world, their belongings, their rules, and then they would begin their new lives. Everyone's old memories would be reset and replaced with their newly created story, and thus the village of Tasmili came to be. However, it was necessary to record the fact that the memory replacement had taken place. The hummingbird egg was the device used to store the memories of the white ship people. Right. Wes and his son Clint, both playing the roles of thieves, were set to take action should a dangerous situation occur. Remember when they went to Isoe Castle? They went there to retrieve the second of the people of they went there to retrieve the secret of the people of the white ship. And there's one other thing. Me. It was essential that one person retain memory of the previous world, to sort of keep watch over things. I was the only one in the village of Tasmili who wasn't given a role in the new story. The sound of my bell served as a suggestion to to keep everyone's fabricated memories from reverting. My name, Letter, comes from the word leader. No, that doesn't mean I was anyone special. It was just that I was particularly taller than all the others. So upon discussion, I was selected because it would be easier for me to stand out. Being so tall, people would want to come see me, you know. And so I was given the role of revealing these secrets when the time truly called for it. Pretty cool how that plays into your perception of the character as well when you see him, like, just in how he stands out. And as I was saying earlier, there's something has to be up with this guy, you know. He stands out more than anyone else in the village. He has to be important somehow. Then when he disappears after the whatever chapter it was, I think it's when you flash forward and the whole village has changed. I think that's when he disappears. So you pick up on the foreshadowing that he's obviously going to come back in some meaningful way. And so I was given the role of revealing these secrets when the time truly called for it. Everything so far has been about those who lost everything. Although Tazmily Village exists in reality, it was originally created as part of a story. I know this may be difficult to believe, but do you understand so far? Damn, okay, this is quite the revelation. No, I want to read that again. New rules and new roles. Everyone would play out the ideal story that they had come up with. I was wondering at the start of the game how they managed to reach that utopian state that they seem to be in. You know, it did seem like it was a little bit, it was a little too good to be true. And then when Mr. Facade comes in and introduces the currency and everything, the DP. And thus the village of Tazmily came to be. However, it was necessary to record the fact that the memory replacement had taken place, the hummingbird egg. Yeah, Tina, it almost did seem too perfect. Because that was one thing I was thinking, like the flash forward in time is so effective. When you see, once Mr. Facade is taken over, and has introduced this sort of capitalist system, and you see the nursing home and everything, and just the state everything is in. That part is really effective and well done. But part of me thought it would be a little bit more effective if we saw more problems in the previous world. Like if the previous village wasn't so utopian, it would feel a bit more honest, I guess, showing how things have changed for the worse. But now this is definitely answering those questions that I had. Because it was quite utopian. Unbelievably so. Then again, we didn't get to see the village for very long before it changed at the same time. But yeah. Let me also talk about Asoe Castle. This is also something I've been wondering about. What's the deal with the castle? And what was the deal with Maggie before we met her? That was kind of abrupt. I don't think we got much backstory. Utopian for a reason, made by people who had seen... Oh yeah, like now, as I said, Tina, now I'm understanding it. That it was this green place, essentially, for a good reason. But now, you know, now it's seeming a bit more manufactured. Apparently, long ago, a kingdom existed on this island centered around the king of Asoe. However, when we arrived on the white ship, the people of this kingdom were gone. It seems they had left the islands, fearing the dragon's eventual awakening someday. Before boarding the white ship, Princess Maggie was an infant who had lost her mother and father. Upon coming to these islands, she was given to the Magypsies to raise. And given the role of Princess of Asoe Castle. Wes and Clint being her retainers was another part of the fabricated story. Asoe Castle is one of the few and precious relics of this island's past. We crafted our story in haste, so the people inside it have very little past or history. Have you noticed no one in Tasmili can talk about things from 100 or 1,000 years ago? In truth, we had wanted to create an entire plethora of myths and legends, but our story was made in such a hurry that we weren't able to. It's a real shame. I'm sure that much of what I'm saying you'd rather not hear, but it's the truth. Have you listened to everything so far? Yes. Have you committed everything so far to memory, Mr. Stinkbug? Truthfully, we had no idea how Tasmili Village would turn out, but things actually went rather well. The people who had arrived on the white ship had fully taken to their new identities. They believed they had always lived together peacefully. It was when a person by the name of Porky stumbled upon these islands that everything started to go amok. It seems he used a time distorter machine to travel through time and space at will. However, he was apparently shut out from all other times and spaces and tumbled into this era and these islands. Even worse, he used his time distorter to bring many people from other eras here. I think... doesn't Dr. and Donuts use a time distorter in Mother 2 so we can travel back to the past? The Gigas's realm? Don't they call that a time distorter? I think they do. The pig masks, as well as everyone in New Pork City, were all brought here and brainwashed by Porky. This Porky fellow seems to view these islands as his own personal toy box, with which he can do anything he wants. He would take animals apart and recombine them to make creepy new chimeras. As a childlike dictator, he began doing whatever he pleased, including building Thunder Tower and forming his own army. Porky eventually learned the White Ship's secret because of a traitor among the Magypsies. You understand about the intruder known as Porky. This traitor was Locria, the 7th Magypsy, and the only one you haven't met yet. After Locria joined forces with Porky, Porky learned about the White Ship people and the secret of the sleeping dragon. Porky decided to pull the needles to wake the dragon so he could use the power for himself. The dragon is the power of the very earth itself, you see. It's said that whoever pulls the sealing needles will become the dragon's master. However, only a very select few are capable of pulling the dragon's needles. Apparently, neither the Magypsies nor Porky have that capability. Yet the needles are being pulled now. That means Porky is somehow controlling someone who can control the dragon's power. We have to put a stop to Porky's antics. If we don't, the world will be completely destroyed again, and it will spell the true end for everything. For Porky, that might be the ultimate pleasure, but we can't allow it to happen. We, the last handful of people there are, absolutely can't allow it to happen. Dale, it seems you're a chosen one with the ability to pull the needles sealing the dragon away. You must pull the dark dragon's needles with your own hands and pass your heart on to the dragon. Let this be my one and only order to you as your leader. You understand everything about the dragon's awakening? Yes. I hear that 6 of the dragon's needles have already been pulled. Deep in the earth, the dragon is likely beginning to stir from its sleep now. Supposedly, the last needle is somewhere here in New Pork City. Porky has been gathering everything that lives on these islands into New Pork City to prepare for the final needle's pulling. It's possible that he's planning to hold one final twisted party. But now is our chance to change this incoming crisis into a golden opportunity. All things may come to an end. Our new and bountiful things may begin. Wouldn't you like to help that happen? Dale, you were once a weak, fragile boy, but now you've been given a tremendous role to fulfill. Now that you know everything, including everything I'm sure you'd rather not know, the time has come for you to save the future of all life as we know it. God won't make you bear more than you can carry. I'm sure you've heard that phrase before. Know that you aren't fighting alone. Everyone, and I do mean everyone, will lend you their support. This is kind of reminding me of Clint's little side story when he was playing with the band and we had to go and find him and he was living this other life and he wasn't sure which life was real. That's obviously foreshadowing this revelation about the secret lives that they all started to live. But also interesting to think about as well, that he was living a secret life within a secret life. Within a secret life. That was a long story, but that is the end of everything I have to tell you. Did you understand it all? Yeah, like you could say now he's in a similar dilemma. You know, he's living another secret life right now. Only the Magypsies really know the needle's location, so I don't know where to find them. But from the way Porky and the others have been acting, I would say they're now very close to reaching the 7th needle. Be the one who pulls the final needle. Porky issues his orders from the 100th floor of the Empire Porky building. Start by jumping into the fray and storming the building. After that, you can start looking for clues. It's been such a long time since I've spoken to anyone. Now I'm exhausted. This stink bug should remember everything I've just said. Take him with you. That way, if you happen to forget anything I've said here, you can ask him to repeat it. Will you go with them, Mr. Stinkbug? Okay. Which needles have I pulled? All of them, I think, apart from this final needle. I think this is the last one. Stinkbug's memory. A record of letters, long and important story in case you need to hear it again. Cool. Alright, cool. Yeah, I visited Tani Tani Island. That was great. The mushroom trip. People were saying that Itoei had originally planned for it to be much darker than it was. But he was asked to tone it down. But yeah, that was cool. I feel like I might have been missing something else back there. But I guess we'll go back this way. It is pretty dark, yeah. Some of the interactions, like with the father when he's threatening to beat you, I think, in one of the bits of dialogue. Mailboxes, yeah. Okay. I wonder how much dialogue that scene has recontextualized now. Probably a lot. If you go back and play the game from the beginning, you'll probably see a lot of it in a whole new light, knowing what you know now. The Clint story sprung to mind, but I'd imagine there's a lot more as well. A lot of parallels. Really cool. I'm lazy. I haven't used this one yet. Have you played the first Mother game, Tina? Oh, please, just die. You still need to. Interesting. I know you've played it, Brian. Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued to play it. I'm sure it'll be a rough enough playthrough with, you know, from what I've heard, it can be a bit brutal, but, yeah, I'm still very intrigued. Have you read much about the first game, Tina? Do you know much about it? I've spoiled quite a bit of it for myself just by reading about it. Unfortunately. You know next to nothing about it, huh? The official translation is from the 80s and can be really dry at times. The guy... Oh! Hey! I heard something happen in the game, but I didn't figure it was anything important. This is pretty great. Mr. Facade and his new interpreter. That was hilarious last time. That's one way and 8 is. Oh man, they're really getting the most out of this. Oh, what a pleasure it is to see you again. No, wait. Long time no see, Facade says. I say nweh to you, for I will now give you thoroughly destructive damage, he goes on to say. I've been remade into an incredible, fiercely powerful and dangerous ultimate weapon. Therefore, I will absolutely, unquestionably be victorious over you, is what Facade says. What's more, I will put an end to your tail. I will give you damage, and then provide you with even more damage until you are soundly defeated, is what Facade says. Now then, here I come. Facade is now ready to fight. Here he comes. Oh Christ, how many horns does he have now? Miracle Facade suddenly attacked. Oh man. Oh man, I'm tired. Guys, give me like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I'll be right back. Thanks for tuning in. Be right back. Alright. I'm back. Hobo, thank you for the 13 months. I hope Jonathan smashes this fool's head in with a rock. Thanks for the continued mother streams, dog. Thank you so much, Hobo. As always. Okay, here we go. Again. Boss fights in this game have been grueling. They always last... The last few major ones, anyway, I feel like they've all lasted around, like, 15 minutes. Where, like, everyone is almost dead, I've used almost all of my health items, I just about snatched the victory. It's happened a good few times in this game. I feel like he probably uses PSI stuff. S2. What's up? The barrier trio, that was pretty sick, where I just went all out. Everyone was about to die. Just mashed attack with everyone. Prayed. Oh my god! Are you serious? No. No! I meant to guard, not run. Oh my god. Man, what an asshole. Screw it. Go for the big dirt attack. These fights are exhausting. Miracle Facade threw a whole bunch of bombs. Oh my god! Heal the poor boy! Mecha with the 10 months, thank you. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for all that health to chill out. I should have used just a regular shield all, I think, at the beginning. Hey, Sheik, with the 3 months as well, thank you. Ah, man, I wish Ralph had health items. If I die, I can always go back to one of those, ants, mole ants. Miracle Facade used an off-key music attack. Oh no! Another memento? Oh god. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty nasty, Brand. Something tells me I'm gonna fail here anyway, so we might have a chance to save it. Oh, I have Starstorm. I forgot about that. Oh, you asshole. Yeah, man, I need to get that shield up right away. Dale and Friends attacks broke off some of Facade's horns. Oh, Facade's heart filled with hatred. Facade is serious now. Oh, on the PSI shield. Fuck. What the fuck is this guy? It's the long story. I don't know what I want to do here. I can get enough PP to use another Starstorm, but the damage will be cut severely. So I'm not really sure if it's worth it. I think I might be better off just giving Dale a bit more PP. Yeah, I think I am. Oh. Jesus Christ. Oh, and of course. Wow. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a bit crazy now. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's just going to reflect off me. Yes! Oh, you piece of shit. Yes! Some damage at least. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. Fuck. He definitely was, Dave, yeah. He was dealing quite a lot of damage. That's for sure. Oh, you asshole. Oh, magnet! Magnet! Although I still won't have enough. We might... Hold on, let's see if it even works. Oh, you asshole! Three? Oh... No! Oh, how many bananas? I wish I could get a decent string of hits here, man. It would make it so much easier. Screw it. Oh, unbelievable. Go. Oh man, how much health has he given back to himself? Oh man. Oh, he's just going crazy on the bananas now. Okay, we'll get him next time. Okay, okay. Hey, what's up, Fishmans? Nah. We'll reload. We're a bit quiet, typical of a Sunday? No, it's the game I'm playing, Omaru. This is a very niche game. This game never released in the West, so it's not going to draw a big audience. And JRPGs, on top of that, you know, I'm not really known for JRPGs either. Okay. Pretty good, Fishmans. We just had the big story revelation there from the giant. Which I'm sure you can remember. Okay. Oh, really? Oof, 3 of them now. What was he doing in there? Just hiding? Let's go. I should have got rid of that poison. Oh! I didn't realize Maggie's health was that bad. Okay, now we're into this phase. Can I still not use my things? PSI shield would be nice. Oh. Nice. That should make a difference. Hopefully. Because he has a lot of PSI stuff here. Ananas, hello? I didn't mean to use a boing ribbon, what the hell? Oh, I didn't think he had... Oh yeah, of course that's PSI, never mind. Oh, what a waste. Okay. Wow. That is so rough. Jesus. Whoa. What happened? What? My HP and PP reversed? Did it? Or not? I don't know what just happened there. Or did I eat the thing that I wanted to eat? No, I don't think that's what happened. I think I just ate the pudding. Although... Yeah, no, I think that's what happened. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, wow. This guy. That's so cruel. Wow. I almost want to just restart right now. So messy. Okay, okay, we'll try it again. Oh shit, right. Just kill me, just kill me. Man, he goes crazy with those bananas. Kill me, please! Come on! Kill me! There we go. Man, that fight is rough. Okay. If I had a few more PP items, we'd be set. It'd be easy. one magic pudding, that's all I have. I might grind a level. Just one more level here, see if we learn any new skill or anything that might help us. Well. This game seems longer than Earthbound so far. No, it's shorter. So far. It'll probably be longer in the long run. But I don't think we've hit 50 hours yet, and I think Earthbound was like 60 plus by the end of it. Yeah, the Earthbound playthrough was around 60 hours. I'd say this one will be around the same. Roughly the same. Seems like you breezed through it? No, not at all. I feel like if I went back to Earthbound, I'd probably beat it in like half the time that it took me on my first playthrough. You know, so much of Earthbound, so much of my first playthrough was spent just wandering around the towns, not really knowing what I was doing, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do in each town. Now that I know exactly what to do, it wouldn't take me nearly as long. Earthbound requires a bumbling first playthrough, yeah. I absolutely adored Earthbound, though. I reckon that game is probably going to be in like my top 10 games of all time. Obviously, I need to give it time to digest, and I want to play it through again, but I loved it. Kill him! Quick, quick, quick. What did I like about Earthbound? Oh no! Did I use my thing? Did I use the thingamajig? I think I used the thingamajig, didn't I? I just got lazy there and I thought I could spam through. Oh, God, that's painful. Oh, no. Time to reload. What did I like about Mother 2, Earthbound? I don't know, pretty much everything, I guess. I loved the music, the atmosphere, the way the story was told. The bizarre and surreal nature of it. So many cool little moments throughout the game. Yeah, I don't know, just all the little moments and just the overall atmosphere and the feeling that the game gives you. Moonside, the final part of the game when you're playing as robots and you're uploading your consciousness and your soul to those robots. The atmosphere in that final area, the music in that final dungeon as you're heading up towards Gigas with the tin can sounds, those were just like, those were magical moments. Then the final fight itself, the music, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Going to Saturn Valley for the first time. The Tendas going down into the prehistoric land where they changed up the scale of the map and you had these tiny little sprites for your characters. That was so good. And yeah, just how abstract and weird it was as well at times. I just love that stuff. This game is a bit more formal in comparison, I think. While it's still weird and bizarre, it's a little bit more traditional story-wise. You know, it's more logical. Yeah, Tina, I love the tendas and the historical world. And that one little part that you go down into, that's the same place as where you... Oh, where... How do I even describe it? It's like that place in between worlds when you decide to go from Saturn Valley to Gigas's realm. You stop off in that one area in between both of those areas that has the Beatles music playing, and that's when Dr. Andonut stops you and asks, "Can he take your consciousness and upload it into the robots?" You know that little area in between the worlds, and you visit a portion of that down in the dinosaurs land. And I thought that was so intriguing. Like, why is that there? It's the only purpose it really has is to foreshadow the next scene there, where you upload your soul into the robot. And I guess it's also there just to show you where it is in the map as well, on the map. Why do you need to know that it's down there? You know, what's the significance of that? Just if there is significance. I really like that detail anyway. The cave the cave that is eventually the cave of the past. Yes. I didn't actually even think of that. Is it supposed to be in the past? And then you just go further into the past after that? Because the dinosaurs are never described as being in the past, really. You just jump down that hole after the fight and you're just there. Did I beat Facade? No, not yet. The realm in between, yeah. Yeah, that was really weird. I love the music there as well. In the dinosaur area. Let's see. Gigas was attacking from the past, and the cave that time forgot was he... What? Gigas was attacking from the past, and the cave that time forgot was where he was based in. Okay. I'm not really sure what that means, but okay. Where he was based in? The cave that time forgot is the name of the place you go, right? How do you know the official names of these places? I don't think it tells you in the game, does it? Oh, the soundtrack, okay. But other things that I enjoyed about Earthbound, I really like those moments where you reflected on the story, like when you had that cup of coffee in Saturn Valley, and you had that nice reflection of what happened up until that point. And then there was another one later on. They do the same thing in this game, but it's not as impactful because you've seen it before. And especially in Saturn Valley, you're expecting it if you've played the previous game. Although I'm wondering how much of this stuff will be recontextualized now with this, after that big revelation. You know, if I play the game again, I might see a lot of things in a different light. Magic Ant was great, yeah. The little room with the flying men, with that music, I love that. There were just so many little moments in that game. It's hard to think of them all. But yeah, the room full of flying men that we could take along with us to the next area, to the Sea of Eden and all of that. That was so bizarre. Like, they symbolized your courage or something, and there was like 6 or 7 of them, so you had a few tries. If it died for good, and it would have its own gravestone outside, along with Buzz's gravestone. Hold on one sec, guys. Hey, what's up, Adam? What do you think the overall message of Earthbound was? I don't know. Get out of here. I loved how the Manny Manny statue was introduced as well. That weird scene with that random guy at the start of the game. That was quite funny, just the creepy presentation of it. It was like we were about to be abused by him or something. It was like, no, come down, I want to show you my statue. I watched that scene again as well after I finished the game. It was interesting how he spoke about that it was like his destiny to find it as well, which was obviously a theme in the game. It was like everything was going as was planned. Alright, let's rest again. Liar, exaggerate, yeah. Whoa! What the hell was that? how did I get like 6 hits there just by mashing? I feel like you can get extra hits if you go off the beat. Nice, Adam. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it again. You know, because with the first playthrough, I was just kind of soaking it in. With my next playthrough, I'll be thinking a bit more about it. And why I like certain things, and, you know, we'll do more of an in-depth playthrough, I guess. Spoiler-free, where we can just talk about what we want. And what we find interesting, etc. Hey. I guess I can just spam this shit here if I want to grind a couple of levels. To pray to beat every video game final boss was Earthbound's message. To be courageous and noble. To be a good person. And to help people out. Probably the message, if there is a main message. Don't beat your kids or you're raising Porky, yeah. Oh, that final scene with Porky's dad as well at the end of the game. You know, it's optional, but if you go and you seek him out, I forget exactly what his dialogue was, but he said something like, oh, what kind of son leaves their father here, or something like that. Go tell Porky that he should be looking after his father, or something like that. Or he was talking as if he was the child. I forget exactly what the dialogue was, but it was something like that. Leaving his old man out here. What kind of child leaves their father here? Another level for Maggie. Another level for Ralph. This is a pretty good spot. Huh, so I guess when you jump down that hole, you are actually going into the past. And that's why they have that little area there. I guess I should go back and save as well after we get these couple of levels. Nice. One more. If I don't get him next time, or even if I do get him next time, I'll probably wrap up afterwards because I'm quite tired. I should be back tomorrow for a longer stream. Although tomorrow I'll probably be on Outer Heaven instead. It's been a while since I've streamed there. Back. Oh yeah, another thing I read as well is that apparently they wanted it to be called Mother Earth in the West initially, but they decided to go with Earthbound. I thought that was interesting. User, thank you for the 20 months. Cheers. Oh. Welcome back, Storm. Yeah, my head is in a weird place at the moment. I'm just kind of groggy because my sleep schedule has been all over the place. But yeah, I'll probably wrap up soon. Oh, nice, Storm. Are you enjoying it? How far are you into the game? Oh, Dale feeling feverish now as well. Got 2 of the medallions, nice. Brain shock. I did hear about that, Stiz, yeah. Not ready for Mr. X? Have fun. Wait, shit, what did I learn there? Life up Omega. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's very good. Wasn't there a frog around here? Yeah, here we go. Ah! Oh, really? Hey, what's up, Franker? I'm not sure if I'll be playing it, user. I'm not sold on it. I'll probably watch some on Twitch first, See what the general buzz is about the game. We'll see. We'll see. Watch you play it. Ah, I didn't mean to heal. I always do that. Put on the shield. Bring down his offense. See if we can make him cry. Oh, we can make him cry. Oh, fuck, I should have done that earlier. Oh man, he's doing way less damage now that we have those extra levels as well. Jesus. We should have it, yeah. Yeah, I might be down, Storm. Yeah, I'm down. Ba-da-la-da-down. I haven't used her, no. Oh, that's the flee attack. Okay. I didn't know what that status ailment was last time. Hey, what's up, Hitman Legend? It's going well. Ah, fuck. I probably got rid of that stuff that can heal it. Although, surely... Yeah. I can just use this and I'm good. Now, here's where shit gets real. Oof. Break down his PSI barrier with some weak spells and then go all out once it breaks. I think that's probably a decent idea. Oh, fuck! Quick, 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 quick. Ah, fuck, man. Jesus. Okay. Oh, really, Storm? Nah, I think I'll just do what I usually do. Keep the windows closed, wear jeans indoors, and keep my PC turned on at all times. No, I'm not that bad. I do wear jeans indoors, though. But don't worry, I'll have my windows open most of the time. I'm not gonna buy a fan, though. Fuck that. I have a big, like, window door that leads out into the garden, so I can get a lot of fresh air in my room, which is nice. So that should do. I have this big window that I can leave open at any time, which is basically a door. A door to the outside world. Get the pale little legs out. My legs are quite long, I'll have you know. Oh, you asshole. 8. Beautiful. User. Yeah, that's true. My hair is long, though, at the same time. Okay. What the fuck am I doing here? Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Jesus Christ. I thought Maggie was faster than that. Screw it. I'm going all out. Oh, God! The pain. Die! Die! Oh no, he's still not dead. Oh, you piece of shit. Wow. Oh, you asshole! Please just go for Dale, would you? Once? If I could just get those combos, man. Ah. Just kill me. Just kill me. Alright, let's have one more shot. That's crazy at the end. He just seems to keep eating those bananas. Regardless of how much damage you're doing to him. Ah. I should really focus more on getting those big combos, but nah. Ah, please. I think this time I'll try saving Maggie's PP for the second phase. Round 2? No. Round 4? Round 5? I can't click on that right now, Storm. I guess so. I guess I do. Sorry for the inconvenience. Oh, man. Nice, she can heal as well. Don't think I can combo those. Hey, Element. Is this the final boss? No. But it is pretty tough. This is a pretty funny looking final boss. Jesus, okay. Fuck it. Oh no. Oh, okay. Oh no, and he just put up the shield. What a waste. I meant to heal up Clint. Wow. Of course. What? Ah! I need to sort out my items better. Jesus. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I just need to make sure I have those shields up, I guess. All the way in that second phase. Fuck it, I'm gonna wrap it up, guys. I'm too tired for this shit. I'll be back probably the day after tomorrow. I'll probably stream on Outer Heaven tomorrow and we'll get this guy then. But yeah, thanks for watching. And I'll see you soon. Till next time. Peace.